Alright friends, what's going on? We're almost ready. Almost there. Always that one little detail that we forget. The minor issue of tags. And certain other bits of stream metadata. Wow. What a sound. Alright, now we're good. So, YEET. Good morning, greetings. Today we have returned. And we're only half an hour late instead of an hour late, which is pretty PogChamp if you ask me. But we ended our stream yesterday after coming here to speak to some old friends. This fine area of Norrand. So we could speak to Elidibus about the final days and Elpis, our flower. Yeah, we'll probably go talk to Reen. She had something up. And yeah. That was pretty much it. We after staving off the calamity in Thavnair as much as we could. So, following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Yeah, we talked to the bunny lady, whose name I can't remember. It's not Lise. She's the Stormblood lady. Whatever. Commander of the Guard lady. Grahatia's granddaughter. She said she would go get Reen, so we're gonna meet with her here. Lena, that's the name. Where are they? Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly will Luke? Oh, in the flesh. It's you. I forgot, Becklug. How have you been? 'Tis full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. A little busy though, I'm sorry. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gain valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. I'm glad they'll be able to know that I existed. Damn it, Maren. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me one for now. In your quest to restore the light, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Well, Maren, it was your mother. This may come as a surprise, but myself. Never would have guessed, but then if I could, I suppose I wouldn't have had to ask. This is a tremendously eye-opening answer, and we will see that your account of this battle features prominently in the tome. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Truly, truly. Our overzealous friend in particular. Remind him not to overexert himself again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. I know which friend they're speaking of. I got that reference. Well, I want to know who I said. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It's the kids! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Oh, I don't know if I trust that. Best not, Ricky. You'd only give him a stomach ache. I have a stomach of iron. Come to see Moran to get his advice. One of the guards finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know I want to be a mage, Arkeil isn't sure. Dude, pick up an axe. Magical. It's not magic, it's magical. It's even better. So I was thinking of taking... Hell yeah, my boy! But no, not the sword. Definitely not the bow. You require cat ears to be any good with a bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Marin. He knows about a lot of things. Take the axe. Oh, I thought we were telling them no. Why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? It's an obvious choice. We're fighting and hunting both the bow? No, we smite. It could be just like... Ardbert! Fuck! He's taking my thunder, dude. He's supposed to be like me, dude. Thanks for helping me decide. You know what? I did that for you. That one's free, okay? Start with that style and maybe try something else later on. That's the spirit. I hope to have a bout with you. Hell yeah. If the world exists by the time you figure that whole thing out. It's good to have dreams. Good to hope. Who's next? Is it going to be the medicine doctor lady looking for the small child? Yo, what's up, Mizame, my dude? How you doing? How did your 24-hour charity stream go? I heard I think I heard you say it went really well on Twitter or something. How was it? Such fun he's been having. Basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. What does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Who is this? Who's this? Wait, it's Fei-U? Yep. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. Well, blew past your goal. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad to hear that. Yeet. Dabbed on it, dude. Yeeted it, even. Doing okay? Glad to hear. Have you recovered? Broke last year's record that was done on Twitch. Hell yeah. Have you personally recovered from the trials of a 24-hour stream? I know that shit's rough. Faithful Fei-U, loveliest of branches. How I have missed you. Don't you have more important things to do? Yeah, we'll do that one. We called her Your Majesty, so I think that'll fluff up her ego enough to make up for it. Doing okay now? Hell yeah. I love to hear it. No end of important tasks to attend to, but unlike some, I know what my priorities should be, and since when did my sapling become a twisted old tree that says such unkind things? That wasn't unkind, I was trying to be sarcastic, I guess. Disappointed as I am, I'll overlook it this once. I know you have a lot on your mind right now. Does she have an idea of what's going on in the source? Yes, she does. If Reen has an idea, I suppose Fei-U would. How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a ring. Is it that simple? As your 5th 24? Dear fuck. I think I've done 3? And I succeeded in 2 out of those 3. I think the first and the third one, well, the second one I fell asleep at like 16 hours. I just had to end it and pass out. It was awful. Fell asleep playing Doom of all things. Like I was dozing off. I think I ran off like 17 ledges into the depths of Mars. It was horrendous. Record is 28. That's rough. I mean, that's impressive. That's incredible. I couldn't do it. I hit that 24. I go 30 more minutes and that's it. It's lights out. 20th hour is a challenge. Yeah, there's definitely a certain rhythm to it that takes some getting used to. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fae folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow, such is our way. Most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. Oh, thanks. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Struggle it shall be. But here are the ones who we're waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End. Don't we all? I'm sure it'll be fine. You know what? This is gonna be great. No, it's not gonna be just fine. It'll be great. I'm assuming you've already made it through the the story, so I doubt this would be spoiler for you. I hope not, anyways. How dare you, Lena? Making me wait, talk to people. Horrendous. Doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Thanks. Oh, you're at level 85? Oh, shit. Well, I think that's kind of right about where we're at. At this point, I've taken, I like didn't play for the entire first week of launch, so I've assumed pretty much everyone's been done. Relieved to hear that everyone's well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that. Might just lurk. That might be wise if you don't want it spoiled. But I do appreciate you stopping by, and I'm glad to hear you're doing well, and the charity stream went well and everything. It's awesome, my dude. Yeet. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that. It's what? Use your words. I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. Not wrong. Then the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze like during the star shower. Well, about that. Then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary, and I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Yes and no. I mean, I feel like we should tell them, right? We have to, dude. So anyways, there was stuff in the sky. These people turn into monsters. It was crazy. You wouldn't believe it. It wasn't my imagination, and the doom we witnessed in Emerald has come again. Indubitably. Believe it. Date bio. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first, so don't worry about us. Please look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. Well, they can't go quietly. They don't really have the moon, as far as I know. If Heidelin's made the Sundering, did the Sundering thing, and made the moon, why didn't she sunder the moon too into all of the worlds so they could all have the same escape route? Lack of forethought. Shameful, Heidelin. Shameful. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blade. Oh, united. Now give me my weapon, please. Thank you. How does it look? I don't like that. It looks like a butt. I like butts, as does anyone. But I don't know if I'd want an axe. It looks like flimsy and chalky at the same. I don't know. It's weird. I like Senor Sabertender way better. Hope upon a flower. You're headed to the umbilicus to consult with Elidibus. Indeed, indeed. I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena, decide how we might best prepare for the final days. The more I think about it, the more fun I think it would be to swing a butt at people. But, yeah, Senor Sabatender can't be beat. It's proven fact. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. One can only hope, Reen. One can only hope. I feel like I'm gonna waste so much XP, dude. I did way too many trial roulettes, just because I've been taking my time and doing everything over a number of days, and they've just kind of given me two extra levels worth of shit, so I'm gonna waste a ton of XP off the MSQ. And I don't have any other quests or any other classes anywhere near being able to turn in the quests, so looks like we're just gonna throw them away. Captain's told me all. Yes, I have business in here. Don't even ask. We've talked about this Crystarium gatekeep. Yes, now is the time. For the longest time, I assumed this was the only room in the Crystal Tower. I was very confused as to why it was so large. Yo, y'all aren't supposed to be here. We did this whole arc about getting you out of here. Please don't make me do it again. You mean to tell me Grahatia did not clean up before he left? He's been hanging out with Y'shtola too much.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
Your business.
Acknowledged.
The loose jaw on the Chocobo helmet is perfection.
Searching for Elidibus entity.
Mm-hmm.
Target located in subterranean core power accumulator.
Mm-hmm.
Projecting image.
What's up, buddy?
My home. My friends. No more than a dream.
These Amaratines must be so fed up with being projected and shit. There's been so many fake versions of them. Do they even know themselves to be the real ones? Who knows?
You.
Me.
Why have you awakened me?
To rub it in your face that you're dead and I'm not. Yeet.
I no longer sense those places beyond. Or Lord Zodiac.
Well, you see,
You
there
must
was this
explain
moon. There was this Watcher dude, and then it was crazy. You wouldn't believe it.
So, he has fallen? and my brethren's souls returned to the star.
Pretty much.
The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear.
Yeet.
But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill.
Yep, and that's to finish dying, buddy.
Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation.
That's convenient.
Such knowledge as I have, I will share. I do this not for you. I merely perform my duty, as I have ever done. Where to begin? The end.
That's a good start.
Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew.
Thank God.
Long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure.
I hope it was less annoying than the current, most recent iteration of Fandaniel.
Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis.
LPs.
Yes. The name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
Oh?
A testing facility.
Oh?
For determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world.
Oh.
Many
That's
worked
interesting.
there. And before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
Of course he was.
He was Hermes.
What?
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived.
Wait a minute.
I saw you there. In Elpis.
Oh yeah? Did I flush at least?
I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
Okay.
And a truth that fills my heart.
Well, where is it, man? I guess it wouldn't. It wouldn't be a place here, would it?
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course.
Again, convenient. Thank you.
You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
So you figured out time travel,
Which,
dude?
having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
This can only end well.
Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you.
That's probably convenient for me.
Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
Well, as they say, yesterday's foe is tomorrow's friend. Or something like that.
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act.
Don't wake me up again, is basically what he's saying. Either that or this will yeet the rest of him.
I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems.
Hack into the mainframe.
The tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
So, where's System 32?
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular.
If you insist, buddy.
All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded.
So how exactly am I going to get back?
The magic should consume every last mote of my essence.
Finally.
Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream.
Well, you have fun with that, buddy.
Warrior of light. Go and do not look back. Well, Hydaelyn, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden,
Oh, the mantle.
and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
I'm not convinced Hydaelyn will survive. Yo, what's up, Beast? How you doing? It's going alright. We are getting there to the end of this story. Well, we're in like the second half, that is. And honestly, I'm just trying to get it done before the next Poe League, because I think I want to start playing that again. But, you know, other than that, we're just chilling. How you doing? Whoa! I've never seen the mouth so wide open before. Whoa! If ever there were a time to open the chocobo mouth, it's when we're time traveling. Hello. I'm a ghost. So I think we're gonna, when we find Elidibus, he's gonna see us. They're huge. I think Elidibus mentioned there were 14 of the council members, and there are 14 worlds, including the source. Does that mean there's one for each of them? Pretty good. Also, I don't know much about this game other than it has a story that is long as fuck, and some of the video parts are like hours long. As far as I know, none of the videos, the cutscenes are hours long. But there do be some sequences where there are a bunch of them in sequence, so it ends up being like maybe 20 to 30 minutes. But, you're not wrong. It is long. I don't know how long I've been playing the, expansion, actually, but I'm curious to find out. Because pretty much since the expansion's come out, I've done only story stuff. It's 10 hours, 14, 18, 23, 24, 28, 29. Yeah, we're probably around 30 hours of story deep for the expansion that just came out. What level am I? I am 87. It's kind of hard to see, but it's down here at the bottom right. 90 is the cap. And I'm actually ahead a little bit. We've been doing you get an assload of bonus XP for doing these dungeons each day. And there's one where you just fight one boss and you get an assload of XP. So I've been doing that each day, and it's giving me a lot of XP. Really, we should be like 85 for this part of the story. Maybe 86. But we time traveled, dude, and now everyone's huge. Because this is what ye olden people look like. A man stands dutifully by the aetheryte-like device, a guide for the facility in all likelihood. Hello? Can you see me? Gives absolutely no indication. We're investigating a flower that goes by the name El Pis. And turns out it's actually a place called El Pis. This is the right place, yes? Propylian? Nope. Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylian. Propylian? School. Also, I love the endless leagues. Wish they actually were like standard and stuff that don't disappear, right? Did you play Endless Heist? And did you ever get tired of doors? You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention. Is that assault? Might be. Feel nothing, and neither does she. Okay, that's a relief. No cases for the Warrior of Light today. Let me attune, damn it. Device is reminiscent of an aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Playing Endless Heist while watching this? Ah, hell yeah, dude. What build you going with? Did the ED Contagion end up feeling any better for it? Or did you go with something else? Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you failed to attune with the device. Unfortunate. Remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Emerald. It would seem you've made it to your destination. Yes, yes. Oh, I didn't see what that said. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your direction. Nice. Nice. How to open it? Playing Templar. Templar are at 4, and I don't have many hours in the league yet. Work made it hard since it's only a week. That's fair, that's fair. I hope it goes well. You got this, buddy. RF is easy peasy. Elpis. So the lady was wrong. This is not Propelio.
To receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Why does everything here have 2 names? People have 2 names. The places have 2 names.
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Says the man wearing a mask.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Oh, I know who that is.
You are, perhaps. But I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
What about you? That might be, Hithlodius. I recognize that mask. He knows. He knows.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Did Emmett Selk age backwards? He started with white hair, and when we knew him, he had brown and white hair. I suppose that wasn't necessarily his body, though. The face is remarkably similar.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
That man with the strange chocobo outfit, the strange bird head.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
He says, looking directly away from me.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
Well, I think that is the name they've given me several times.
Created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
He's not wrong.
So let's leave it be. Come now.
Little does he know, this familiar is following them around all day. Yeet.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words.
Do they have
Why don't you give it some ether?
ASL,
Spare
ASEAN
a
Sign
snifter of
Language?
your bounteous reserves.
Spare a snifter.
Who do you take me for?
Hades himself.
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts,
He's got a
go
point.
unrewarded.
He's got a point.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
I can't, it's a mask. We know that, Snap.
You may open your eyes.
I'm not opaque anymore. Hell yeah, dude. Wait, am I huge? Nope. Oh, I am. Yeet.
Quite large, don't you
Dude,
think?
imagine a Lalafell. It would still
Size
only come up to
befits
like
its
here, but that'd be funny.
proportions. Though I personally wouldn't be averse to smaller.
No, no, this will suffice, I'm sure. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am
I knew it.
Thaddeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Sulk. of the
Emmett Sulk,
Convocation
more like.
14.
Got him.
And how might we address you, my new friend?
Call me Elidibus.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words.
Wait, does that mean I'm speaking the old language?
So tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
Okay, so first of all, one of 14 worlds that come from the future. You're not gonna believe this. You're never gonna believe it.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
LPs.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
Well, he's not wrong. Technically.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Are those good guys? Yes. Kind of. It's complicated. Him, kind of. Begrudgingly. Him, yes.
Right you are.
But this is the past before our conflict with them. So, for now, yes, as well. He's just
My
a curmudgeon.
apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion.
But basically, this was the place where now is like the old world, and the old world got yeeted into 14 different parts, including the people. So I think I'm 1/14 of that Azem person that they keep calling me.
We are here to speak with
Although they've
Hermes,
never
the
said,
chief
no one's ever
overseer
said
of
that
this facility,
definitively.
which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
As you should.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
Hey. Just because I don't look like you doesn't mean I'm a thing. Also, there have been times where we saw Hythalodius
If you
in
harbor
ghost form, and he
suspicions,
called us his
better
new
to
old
keep it
friend,
close
and I
than
think
leave
this
it to
is
its own
where he knows
devices.
us from.
Wouldn't you agree?
Hythalodius with the logic, as ever. Classic our boy.
Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Is it truly? He's still sus, dude.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
LPS. The world unsundered. Wait, are we gonna be able to come back here? Can I attune to that aetheroid? What are you doing here?
This presence.
What are you doing here?
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
You'd think that would be the one called Hermes with the wings and everything. I guess you could say this is the home of the bad guys before they were bad guys.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
I mean, doesn't seem like much is hiding, but I guess that's the point. Democritos. Hell yeah, dude. So, this is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to help us for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you'll enjoy touring it with us. Hell yeah, dude. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. Are you one to say that, Emmett? After how you've been staring at me this whole time, look at you, follow me. Staring asshole. Let's talk to democracy over here, shall we? Those researchers are from the Academia Anider's Words of Halma route. Here to observe the state of the local flora. Wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment specifically. Brett. We sneeze on motorcycle drivers. And, car drivers. Okay, we're not gonna keep going. I just wanted to see if the aetheryte was down here. What the hell is that? It's a flower with a snake coming out of it. A mystery present. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Who would have thunk? Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Why am I riding a dude? I mean, do you not? Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. Here's the thing. No. Emmett Selk. Of course he won't. You're not getting another thimble of ether out of me. Very well. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. I thought it was creation magic, not reshaping magic. Also, I'll have you know, this is not just any dude, this is a Gubu. Some giant stone creature of nightmares and dreams. He also has allergies. So, you know, it is what it is. These creatures should suffice. What creatures? The flowers? An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalodi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the petalidae first. Bro, we gotta weaken the butterflies? Must be strong as butterflies. Come on, dude. We did it. I think that was the red one. Yeah. Yeet. Those make me uncomfortable. Come, let us see. Duly weakened and carefully bound, this petaluda is destined to become clothing. Unfortunate for it, fortunate for us. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. Of course. I totally knew that. Also, green screen, please. Blah. You turn living beings into clothing just like that. I don't think I have any room to complain, considering that's kind of how life works. Won't someone be angry with us for using those creatures? That's someone's creation, after all. Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off, and besides, we can always make more petaludae. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. All this complaining, Emmett Selk. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. I'm also green, kind of blue. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. Know best to simply say that you're a familiar. Question is whose? Azem's, dude. There you go. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. What's that supposed to mean? Am I some kind of weirdo, dude? Am I some kind of charlatan? Exploiting our associate's absence? Absolutely. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Well, now I want to meet Azem. Though I suspect I won't have any chance. Hold up. A paid teacher of philosophy and rhetoric in ancient Greece, associated in popular thought with moral skepticism and specious reasoning. The hell does specious mean? Superficially plausible, but actually wrong. That sounds about right for these dudes. The Unsundered. Do I have to wear the clothes? I don't want to wear the clothes. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Ananorisis. We'll go with that. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Well, don't mind if I do. Yo, there are ether currents here. What? That means we'll be able to come back? I mean, I guess if they were going to put this much effort into a zone, and they wouldn't want to give it up after one quest, or one quest line. What the hell is that? There's a Goobu. You are terrifying. I don't ever want to look upon that again. Yes, can I help you? You wish to speak with Chief Hermes? Do you know where we might find him? The hell are you? Well, now by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. The Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. Very well, very well. While I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? We could, but where's the fun in that? We can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. Okay. With this skill I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. Here to perform an assessment, after all, by searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. I see. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for him. Well, why don't you do it, Hermes? According to his profile, he has short dark hair. So you know it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cows up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly, this is all common sense, but I would not assume you to possess any. That's a fair assumption. That's a fair assumption. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Yeet. That darn individuality thing. Is that bird Nate? Oh no, it's a tiny Pegasus. Okay. That's a relief. Is it you? Oh no, there he is. He is right there, but I'm gonna go get the etherite first. This place is huge. Thank you. What is it like? What is it named after? What region is this? The world unsundered. I see. The winged girl. Hello, sir. Greetings.
You are...
Your mother.
Oh.
Are those your real feet? Those look like boots.
Different. You're different too.
What gave it away?
You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
I mean, sure. Why not?
Wait. Please. Wait.
Okay. Okay. Breathe.
Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
I mean, this is a little more
May we
convenient.
please be friends.
Though I feel like my privacy is being infringed. Have they heard of the Fourth Amendment here?
May we please be friends?
Sure.
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long.
I'm still gonna call him Hythlodius. I think that's more fun to say. Hythlodaeus.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
This place is markedly less nefarious than I was expecting it to be.
You were of the convocation.
What gave it away?
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
Hermes. Meh.
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
He didn't have to.
You wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend?
Truly, truly. Here, here.
But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
Yeah, I'm a familiar.
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
No, that's Meteor, dude.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
That's a
Nor
design
do I
feature,
believe
not a
you've made
flaw.
submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work.
So the dragons are his fault?
I shall look forward to your submission.
Well, his name's Hermes, that makes sense.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters.
Yes, very important official matters. Go on.
By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
Is it Meteon?
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
Shouldn't you call him Dad or something?
Stoma is missing.
Uh-oh. Where did it go?
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
I mean, hey man, don't judge a
The
fish by its cover.
aquatic creatures with the power of flight. Ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish.
Wait, didn't we have to kill one of those in Heavensward? If we did.
The Amberstomas too can fly, if only slightly. And they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
I'll help too.
It's probably best to keep an eye on the ones in there.
What are we supposed to do with this lot?
Play with them, dude. What else?
May I suggest we split up?
Why? What are we doing?
If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Are you trying to get me to harbor good favor with Hermes so I don't get yeeted out of here? Might be for the best. I still want to know what Emmett Selk's official business is. Well, I can't exactly fly now, can I? Aha. Seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Nice. Yet, though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. He himself is stuck. The ambystoma, Hermes saw it high up in the tree. Where is he? Climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Uh-oh. Ah, there he is. Everything's under control, I trust. Yes, rest assured this is nothing new. I've ended up in far more compromising positions in the course of my work. Now for your own safety, please stand back. Yes, yes. You need to create yourself a new arm, sir? Quite alright. That is exactly what he said. Nice. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and, call me Azum. Uluka Wilderson, you are called, an intriguing name somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Did he have a specific new creation in mind, or does it just sound like something new? As for you, little one, you must be more careful. Now. I had forgotten all about its fellows. Oh no. That's why we had them. Chief Overseer of El Pis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. Oh, trust me, I think I will. I'm very anxious to meet Azim. I want to know what he looks like, but I suppose he'll probably have his cowl up, considering how maybe not necessarily what he looks like, just why people keep saying we're similar, and why he's so weird, even by Hythlodius' standards. Having found the wayward ambystoma, Hermes is the picture of relief. Is that what the picture is by the dictionary of relief? Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to yes, that place. Wait, enhanced onslaught. What's that about? We can enhance that? Allows a third charge. Yeet. I barely ever get to use 2 charges before they recharge, but hey. I'll take another one. Why not? Are you good, buddy? Perhaps it's only our imagination, but something in the creature's demeanor bespeaks proud defiance for having gone on an adventure. Me too, little one. Me too. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Yes, a meeting. It's been so long. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. I'm assuming he's just gonna yeet them that way or something. I won't look, lest we spoil the secret. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Oh, hey, a motorcycle. Yeet. I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wonder swears can be yours for the right amount of bicolor gemstones. Yes. Very well. Why not just create food for the creation, you know? Can't be that hard. Not gonna lie, I'm a very big fan of being able to look down on Emmett Selk.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
Bro, you're not gonna let me eavesdrop?
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Bruh. I'm a familiar. I'm not real. Come on. Don't be such a Debbie Downer.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I mean, it's just inefficient to do that. He could be working. We could get it all out the way at once.
To his attendance.
Is it your authority to do that, Hermes, though?
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
For all the authority Emmett Selk pretends to wield, he doesn't seem to be very good at, not pretense. For all the authority he seems to have, he doesn't seem to wield it very well. Everyone's just walking all over him.
But I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise.
She is a mind reader after all.
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then.
I mean, if we think of it, we can think of it this way. If Meteion is attending, is a creation of Hermes. Technically speaking, in my present form, I am also a creation of Emmett Selk, so it's only fair that I get to attend as well. It's the rules, I don't make them.
Do you hear?
No. You didn't give me good ears, Dad. I didn't hear that at all. Why do I have the power seat? What?
So, it's finally happened then.
Yes.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure.
Which one? You have two.
And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand.
Maybe
that you and
reticent
Van Daniel
is the good
are
word?
close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all.
Elpis.
I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
Are you so smug about him being so averse to serving on the convocation, Emmett?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Is that what that means?
Of his own volition, yes. Like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
I think so.
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis?
Elpis.
Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness.
I didn't realize they were mortal.
To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The
Is it though?
14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I mean, who wouldn't, really?
I know of all this. I do.
It took me till I was today years old to realize this is the same voice actor as present Van Daniel, just being less obnoxious.
It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
He's done enough, man.
Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Wait, so in the end, MSQ will have his wish that I'll be gone. Just, I got to hear a little bit of the juicy bits before we got out of here. What do you have to say? Don't mind us. I will make it up to you, I promise. Yes, tell me everything. Spill all of the tea. After we take a break, because it's been like an hour and a half. So, I appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you have not already, make sure you dab on that like button, yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and we'll be back in a couple minutes, and we will continue seeing what the whole issue here is with all this creation stuff. So, yeet. Yeah, alright, my friends. You have returned. How we doing? Yeet. I had a small lunch break. Had some chili dip. We got a handful of M&Ms. Fresh bottle of water. We're good for at least, like, 1 more hour. Before needing to stand up again, but as we left off, Meteon needs to be removed from the situation. Perhaps we can go for a walk, sure. Why not? There's a Marlboro mount? I didn't know that. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am, how he made me. Ah, empathy. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? Well, there's this stuff going on, this thing, it's crazy, you wouldn't believe it. I have to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Oh, teach you, I can teach you. Yo, tell me. We could take turns. I tell you something, you tell me something. Bro, let's go. That sounds like fun. It's like truth or truth. Where to start? Ah yes, let's talk about Memnon. He should be near the Aetherite. Not good explaining, but Memnon is. So I'll have him explain instead. So you're gonna have him take your turn for truth? Meteon is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed. Eat. Aetherite, anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, not to the ground or other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Fair, fair. I've already sneezed on that motorcycle. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have a remarkably large and robust physique. I assume you are familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? Could you teach him about Elpis? Sure. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? Hell yeah, dude. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Hell yeah, dude. Your mom's house. Yeet. Sure. Indeed it is. Creation, let's find a creation, one not being watched, then I'll explain my power. Okay. Should I be worried? Probably not. I think we're fine here. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? Those. Oh no, we call them Aureae if there's many. If it's just one, we say Aureus. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals and Hermes has to run after them. Are those concept crystals that they're holding? Never a dull moment with the Aureae. Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. Hell yeah, dude. Just you wait. Now shoe bill. This creation is perfect. For what? I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Oh, no thoughts, head empty. Maybe there's nothing to read. Yep. No thoughts, head empty. For sure. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. Not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. YEET. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Huh? How bold! Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. YEET. We can be friends, Meteor. We can be friends. Nope. I'm gonna need you to say that all again. Thank you. I'm really good at killing stuff. That's what I'm good at. I can't say it's a secret. That's a cop-out. I mean, do we be honest? I feel like she's not gonna like this, but it's kind of true. That must mean you're strong. She's fine with it. Hermes is strong too, but doesn't like to fight even when creations fight him. Oh! What are you thinking? You're interrupting my meditation time. I'll go and see Yuanthi next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Nice. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. He's probably meditating, trying to keep his head clear, you know? It's this one. Hello. Greetings. Meteon has yet to arrive, but... Oh! I forgot. We're being accompanied. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Yuanthi. Could you make me an apple? Kind Hermes likes covered in syrup. I want to share it. Oh, candied apple. Hell yeah, dude. Meteon can't eat? What? That's some bullshit. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Thanks, I guess. Sorry, I wanted to show you my favorite thing, then I could ask about yours, but I failed. It was a good try, it was a good try. Well, she told us, she just didn't show us. That is my favorite thing. I mean, this whole, while this was very wholesome and nice, this did kind of defeat the purpose of us arguing with MSL to take part in the meeting. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon some good. I want to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him about this place, my power, and your favorite food. I mean, I think it'll be useful. Good for bribery. I do appreciate you keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Nemetzelk and Hythalodius will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylion. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. Do not mind to see the joy his presence brings Meteon. I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Taught me as much as I taught him. Hell yeah, dude. We're homies now. I'm gonna lose my code again. No. Damn it. I mean, that is pretty sick, though. Is that a cowboy? I think that might be. Everyone is ready. There are a few creations I need to check out. To check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. True. We've kind of encountered that already. A vivacious observer. What? Wow. Yeah. A suit of manganese armor of the Behemoth King. That is a name. Nice. What the hell is that? It's a weird ass looking cat. Damn. I still want to meet the Heidelin lady. This here is a new species of Petaluda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. You know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? Nope. Not a whit. It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Things that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head nearby to the beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. He says that's beyond their bailiwick, but is that not what they do here? And we'll worry about all that later. I want to go get it, not gonna lie. We've got this to do. Yeah, I know those things. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Though we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. Appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? Very well. Candied apples? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Give it a whirl, I suppose. Eh. Bruh. Well, I thought we would be able to get both. We do have to get both. Bruh. I'm doing this one first. Eat. What? Do I do it at the spot? You do. I thought we had to zap them. There we go. Yeet. Perfectly done. Yes, no mistakes at all. Perfect. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. One cannot say. Good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional visions such as Hythlodius may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me it doesn't matter, she is herself and that is all I need to know. That's a nice way to think of it. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. How dare you, Meteon. Next we will head east to the Morning Dew. Need to speak with some observers. Don't we all? Finally, one in the direction we are headed. Eat. I want to see what they call the Goobu. Well, that's pretty. There's nothing down below. Yeet. Just chewing the cud. Hell yeah, dude. Majestic. Beautiful.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos.
That's a boring
one
name.
of our newest subjects.
Goobu is far better.
So, how are we coming along?
Goobu ate my baby. Oh, hey. Go pick one. Thank you.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
LPs.
Entelekis. Like me.
What now? Excuse me. What about my mom?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby.
Right.
Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions.
He speaks of these things not so nonchalantly.
In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
She's not wrong.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
Ah. So it's like
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
Yeah, we'll go with that.
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Hell yeah, dude. We like free
Wait.
wills in this place.
A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis?
You're
I've
crazy.
never heard of such a thing.
Crazy talk. Watch it turn green at your confusion.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt.
I thought the whole purpose is that it is felt.
And though its existence has long been theorized, We had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation.
Ah yes, serendipity, the
What's more,
driving force
Dynamis
of
is
discovery.
far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Is she... Oh, that's why her ether is so thin. Because she's reliant upon it.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether. So much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
Repeating, of course.
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
A curious idea, that.
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Truly, truly.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me.
Well, that's for a different reason.
So, are we the same? Entelecchies.
No. No. Sure, I don't see why I couldn't be one. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because I myself didn't do a proper job. Yes! Please!
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
Maybe you should,
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You'd do well not to underestimate it.
True, true.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
So, is this gonna culminate in us being able to control Dynamis? That'd be pretty neat. What do you have to say for yourself? Never before had I heard of Dynamis or Entelecchies. I could only assume the Elpis flower, Elpis, was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Their greatest contribution. Who's that? Oh no, that's Siflodes. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial. He would be a welcome addition, assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. I want to know the answer to both of these questions. Snobbery, maybe? Oh, you wish to know why MSQ was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. I guess they're both the same question in the end. It began when... Not another word. Damn it. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes and not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. I believe it might be. Tell me! You fool! The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. Former category includes Mitron, specialist in aquatic life, Logrif, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmarut, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerolith, specialist in medicine and healing, and Lahabria, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Igiorum, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pastorat, preserver of discipline and order, Emet, keeper of the ethereal realm or underworld in the vernacular. Hades. Van Daniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azam, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. That checks out. What, should I be revealing? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. Tell me. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Now I need to wait for him to be alone to see if he'll tell me. Fuck. We have to actually talk to people. Oh, I didn't talk to Medion. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends. We shall return to the main isle and head north. Very well then. Very well. Can I walk on that? Yeah, I can. Yo, is that the thing? What are those? Looks like they're all the same. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. What about it? As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. Specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly no matter what we try. We cannot get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. You needn't go to such lengths. I mean, better than yeeting it from existence. Shit. You don't know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort, it's just that when transformed I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Yes, I believe I have a solution. MSQ, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? What, is it so rude to transform? Mischief indeed. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. Have a little faith and run along. Nice. That's bro shit right there. Good, let's speak of the plan. Tell me about his past. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have MSQ train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents, and with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it's not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. I want you to go to MSQ, tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now. Good luck. With the chat mode, in say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase containing the words, I have a favor to ask, to indicate to MSQ that you have a request. With apologies to MSQ, but this may be the best approach. For sure. Persist. Are we gonna have to say it a bunch of times to get him to do it? 180 Elms southwest. I feel like that's gonna be on top of the building. Oh no, it's right there. YEET. Nice. $395 to the west. We'll deal with that one later. It's probably up there. I'm sure we'll make our way over there soon. We're getting the grand tour after all. Are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? My turn to ask the favors. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. What? I don't know what Hypholodius is up to. I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hypholodius is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emet-Selch. Please, Emet-Selch. We had to add the exclamation mark.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
This is perfect.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
We can't have that. He'll strip in front of you. He'll do it.
There's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Would he?
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Meteon.
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Mm-hmm.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Why is he being mad at Meteon? She didn't make it. Oh, I thought that was the Observer. I don't know why I thought it was the Observer. I didn't know it was
I will aid it once it is
Hermes.
taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Don't be afraid, you coward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
My work is done.
You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation.
Yes, we don't miss out on this.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even.
What they need a person in charge of good humor on the convocation. That way maybe Emet-Selch would lighten up at some point.
Abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them.
It's Grahatia.
Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
And that's what he calls his troubled youth.
Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault.
He did it all for himself. Naturally.
He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
Azem?
A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emet-Selch to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star.
Is that a cop-out? It might be.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well, you see, it's like 1/14.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
Meteon, is it a good thing for you to call something else a pet? Are you a pet? I don't know.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on.
He figured it out.
Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I want to meet Assi and me. Tell me more about his troubled past. If I didn't know better, I'd say Emmett Selk is enjoying himself, not that he'd ever deign to admit it. Thank goodness, it doesn't have to get consigned to oblivion. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. Thank you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. He seems happy. Look, he's smiling. I'm sure you did. Creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson. Truly impressive. We've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we've helped it achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. Hey, he's beautiful in his own right. Come on. They're already at the party. Let them dance, dude. Let's just return to N for now. Sure. I'm down. While we're here, we may as well do this. Speaking of being dancing while we're at the party. Is it down there or is it here? Up there even. It's right on the edge, dude. That is a mega bummer. It only costs 70 gil. Does my free company have an action going? Gate. What, want to apologize for forcing me to help? Do you? Nope, not even a little bit. Save your breath, you didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Indeed, he did it to himself. Don't you giggle at that, Hyphlodius. Kumbira skin, cuisses of the Behemoth King. Yes. Yes, give me the cuisses. Okay, before we continue this, I have to use the restroom. So, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break to stretch my legs and everything while after I do that. So I'll be 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll be right back and continue the story. So far, I've been enjoying this probably the most of any of the arcs in Endwalker. So, appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are, and you have not already, make sure you dab on that like button, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on, and yeah, we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Yeet. Alright, friends, we're back. We're back. Back at it again. So, I'm not sure what our next step is. Probably learn more about Dynamis. Tell me, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Indeed. Nothing so far. I believe that seemed promising. Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Well, it's kind of the end of the world. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Something has gone wrong. The Ikeon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupities, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I just fed them myself, and the occupities were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Ikeon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function, but may not be suited for release. I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there is no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all at once. We'll revert them all at once. We'll revert them all once the paperwork is in order. I don't know why that was so hard to read. Where's the scene of the incident? Over there. Up there. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Then observe we shall. Who shall observe the observers if not we? Oh hey, a fate. We should do that. Yo, them some big horses. Damn. The herd of Karanoi is attempting to bring thunderclouds to Elpis' sky, threatening to destabilize the weather. Find them. We do as we must. Why is that? Need to kill like 12 of them. He's a Reaper, man. No, he's a Paladin, man. He's dying. He is no warrior, I'll tell you that. I'm not sure he regen before actually starting to fight. I don't think he actually got that fucked up. feel like we need to let the person who just got here get some hits in. Got plenty health. Did my part. Yeet. Yo, that person is doing that fate at 78? What? Aren't they here a little early for that? It's the one that's over there. Surely. Here's one ether current quest. Thought this was a boss. Maybe it is. Okay, I suppose I could have my chocobo out. That would be fun, wouldn't it? This is technically a boss thing, we're only killing these three. It's a council boss, okay? A forlorn maiden. We just leave it? I'm sure it's fine. Yeet. Well, that's 2, so 4 more will get us the riding map. But I don't really intend to go chase them down. Going after fates is a real hassle if you don't have flying. But if they do spontaneously appear right next to me, then I will trouble myself with them. No real reason not to. 352 yalms to the west. Looks like there's a path there, so we could feasibly get it. Lacerations and burns are unmistakable, and Ikeon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. Man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Mitzelk and I will search the area for good measure just to make sure that Ikeon did not escape. Okay. Down this path over the bridge. Aha! Control and CP, I assume that's crafting food. Over there, you say? gripes. No, no gripes for me. Could be on that rock. Oh no, that rock. Close enough. We got there in the end, we got there. I want to know how the hell I'm supposed to get up to that one. There is an etherite up there, thankfully. Wonders Hermes is looking for Dora, so let's look for him too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Okay, okay. Dark-haired man and blonde-haired woman. I don't think he's either of them. It is done. Hello. Can I do for you? Wrong person, we're looking for Doros. Is it you? His hair be long, but the color be wrong. There ain't nobody here. Guess nobody's there either. Is it you? Doros, that's him. Do you have the Ikion thing? The Ikion thing. Oh, eyeball, please. I thought I heard familiar voices. Didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. I mean, Hermes did tell us to follow him, so you shouldn't be that surprised. You're in charge of Ikeonis, I believe. Where are they now? On the fields and restraints, frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Katisis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. As he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. One of the 14, what brings you here? Don't worry about it. Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that an Ikeon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Wait, their names are lowercase? Lycans. Lycans would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Is there any chance at all? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories so that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pastero may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. Creation cannot be properly studied. Even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world, yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. Would it be possible for us to attend? That Emet-Selch may better carry out his duties. He didn't seem to like the Kairos thing. We are going to have another game of Truth or Truth. To man, other things are just things. Other beings are just things to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Kinda toxic, Hermes. Kinda toxic. I'm gonna have to throw away some of these. Oi! Let me get rid of some of this low-level stuff. Amateurs. Unique and untradeable. I believe I got those from a dungeon. I don't really want to get rid of the sophist's gear. I don't really want to get rid of this super low level tank gear specifically. Just because we do have Paladin to worry about. Well, there's at least 5 slots. Rings have a bit of extra space, so we don't need to worry about them too much. YEET. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Etienne, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Uluko. What if I want to go to the meeting? I don't want to go to the meeting. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Etienne in your care again? Very well. If you'll excuse me. You are excused, sir. The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Let's go get an Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. Flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here. Meteon is now accompanying you. Yep. How about this one? They might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Okay, how about these ones? After my stuff gets repaired, because that is very conveniently placed. What do you have, Junkmonger? Or you can just straight up buy the quest gear? That's cool. That's not war. Look at that. So we don't have to worry about throwing that kind of stuff away. We can just buy it again when we come back along this way for the other classes. I don't see any. I guess there are. No, the leaves are different colors. There were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Damn. There are 2 fates, but A, I don't think I'll be able to get to that one in time, and B, I don't really want to go to that one because that's also got 3 minutes. I forgot. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine. Now let's keep looking. The oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Conian, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. You flatter me, Meteon. What about those ones? Something big, something that? Thank God it's not that. It might be. It is that. Damn it. Are you good, buddy? You alright over there? Terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the morbo-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals. The flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think? Would he like it? I'm sure you would love it. Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that. Yo, they're still going? Or did they start it and die? We have Meteon to worry about. I mean, it's right here. We could just... walk up and do it. I don't think it'll take 7 minutes. They probably did die. I'm not really here for XP, but it is a fate, and you know, it doesn't hurt to get to 90 a little faster. Meteon is still here. If that dude wants to pull stuff on his own, he's welcome to. I wonder if that's the one who started this and then died. Getting pretty fucked up. We did it! Yeet. That's actually 1 million XP, cool. 1.1 million, even. Will you follow me? Yeah. That puts us halfway through the fates here. The riding map. There's nothing. How about those? Are those more Elpis? Oh, they are. They look a little different. Maybe it's just the angle. Likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, their intellect is like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for him though, for others they're always white and bright. He seems so sad, dude. I felt great fury and frustration. Classic warrior stuff, dude. It's kind of the whole point. Lend them to you. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Don't worry, I'll get all depressed in front of him. It'll be great. Hell yeah, dude. Bruh. All the lavenders in the field over here. It was on the wrong side of the rock. Can I hop that? Yeet. Not very effective fencing, but hey, fencing nonetheless. Well, my ether is actually my ether is really weak here, so that means my dynamis should be fine.
Hermes!
What's up, buddy?
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Yes.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
I'm assuming the decision was to yeet it.
I want to show you something first.
Come look at how depressed these flowers get when I get close. You're never gonna believe it.
Elpis flowers?
LPs.
Go on.
Yo, they turn purple. Multicolor?
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
They weren't. The leaves weren't that color.
Shared much with you.
I was wondering if he was gonna do that.
May we talk a moment?
No. I'm going to my room. Sonic? He is pretty fast.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful.
For us humans, that is.
Perhaps it is. But only for man.
Mm-hmm.
Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful.
Is that not then reason to take your position on the council, Hermes, and fix that?
Yet no one
Just saying.
cares. No one.
Make them.
So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
You're fucked up too. Thanks, buddy.
I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence.
Yes and yes.
Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Well, misery loves company, as they say. I could tell you all about the suffering. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden, you are a strange one.
I'm still wanting to meet Azim.
The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Stars in the heavens.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
They are sisters? Excuse me?
Aye, sisters.
Sisters!
She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
So that was all bullshit when he said he's gonna tell the council about it soon. Or whatever the hell.
When we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let's head back.
All right.
What? Would you get a signal? A little bit of that 5G coming in? Y'all good? The prodigal familiar returns. Yes. You feeling better, Meteion? An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I tend to my next task. Zimiselk and Hytholodius are aware we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hytholodius has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. Of course, of course. Epothwy, what for art thou doing out here? What a familiar essence you have, like that of a familiar if you're familiar with the concept. She's an Aileros. The Ailori are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mewl loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, El Pis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. More efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Aileros under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This morning we were testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task is begun and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Let's go! Where to first? Alley? That's a little easier to say. The Fates respawned? No. Yo, y'all having a ruckus here? Piss off. Aileros alerts you to two nearby creatures. They are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. Hey, hey. Stop it. You stop that. Calm down. We're gonna pretend they fainted, okay? Look at them, they're just resting. They're cuddling. Speak with Epothwy. And believe I can manage that. We actually have half of the wild ether currents already. Didn't really realize we'd gotten that many that quickly. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too. It's against protocol. I see. Certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Monoceros monitor. There's a snake in my water supply. Poyetin oikos. Is that like the yogurt? Yo, they're all dead. Them are some chungus creatures. I understand why they're called Lycaon, so now though. What happened here? caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied even more so than usual and broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. Two have taken to the air above the 12 wonders, and the third, the last, is up ahead lurking in the fields. Two v1 in both scenarios. Okay, 2v2 in that scenario. Very well. No, I'm great at fighting, dude. I'll do it. Let me at him. Yo, he's just chilling up here. Come down this instant. There it is, our quarry within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Very well then. Hello. Look at me, look at me. He didn't even cast that. Fell cleave. Fell cleave. Bruh. That other one had so much health. Thankfully, this one's a little weaker, it would seem. God bless inner chaos. Yeet. I have killed your balls. Now let Hermes do the rest. Hermes? Hermes? Oh. Why would they make me click that?
Now.
That's a neat staff. Did he just yeet all of the air from its lungs? It's kind of badass. Kind of sad though.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas.
I'm sure Emet can see to that.
Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own.
I'm not sure they like that.
If that be your desire. Hate if that be your want. You're worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
You good, little buddy? Be good. Dangerous little buddy, but little buddy all the same.
Join the convocation, Hermes.
Effect change that way.
You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star?
I guess this is
And
where
when
the
star has
self-loathing
reached
came from.
perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right.
Hardly so, I think.
And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts.
Oh, no time. We gave you time yesterday. Don't be pusillanimous.
Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
No, we should go to that other place up in the higher in the sky.
Aye.
Incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Well, maybe if you yeet some of your ether and tune yourself to the dynamis, maybe you would understand. Maybe. Where to now is, if there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision once again. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will be content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. Fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis, and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anahunimna. gonna make me well, I could teleport and walk out, but that seems so wasteful. $348 yalms to the north. I don't believe that this place is 348 yalms across. Nevertheless, we shall check. Oh hey, a fate. Melatos of the Unscrutable. Inscrutable, even. My creativity has all but stagnated. If creativity were well, mine would be bone dry, worthless. So I hope to use existing creations to inspire me, replenish my water supply, as it were. Which is where you come in. Perhaps you, my new familiar friend, might go toe to hoof against Ehigrive. Observing their fight or flight responses will surely be a great help to me in my currently unimaginative mind. Yes. Sure. Egakaros. Looking for one who might do a bit of sparring against some creations to help spark my creativity. Yes, yes. Is it that? The hell is that? King K. Rool? I think that's a hunt. I mean, is there any reason for me not to spam Overpower and Mithril Cyclone? Not really. We still get a Beast Gauge out of it, so that's not a problem. Oh shit. My back. Just kidding. Well, if I pay attention to my health, it's very hard for us to die. Problem is paying attention to my health. Yo, the whole gang is showing up. Yo, the Forlorn Maiden showed up again. I'm not sure what that's about. Wow. What? Again? Will this give us the riding map? I don't think so. I think we have one more to do after this. Yeah. Not the chocobos. I really do need to put some points into YEET healing tree. And when he can keep himself alive when he can't dodge things. Oh, I guess I can nace some flash. That does work. I forgot we could do that. It's a really handy ability. Shake It Off does also give him a shield. Nice. You really do be a party member. Dost there be a third? No. The likes of which you would not believe. I think I am gonna teleport and go for that one. That'll give me the mount speed, and that is just gonna be fantastic. Since we're only one off. I don't think I necessarily need gold, so long as we get credit. Can't track my mouse in all this, dude. Too much stuff. I only got XP for one of those. That's kind of a bummer. But what can you do? What can you do? Just buy the riding map forehead. Yeet. We fast as fuck, boy. Yeet. Oh, he's got a Carib dismount. Nice. We're just gonna go for a walk for this one. Friend to Henry, I am Socles and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes. And you are, oh how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. Familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Sure, you could say that. You'd only mention my name to Carmion, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it in. Sure. What can I do for you? Overseer Sockles wishes me to act as your guide. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia and Eider. Surely there are other more experienced individuals who could provide a more anyway, the task is given to me and I will attempt to cover it. Yeah. We can commence the tour this very moment. Please do. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Ahana would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circuit, we can return to speak to Overseer Socles. Okay. Passing all the effort off on the elders, I see. More Goobus, fantastic. Just what the world needs. Oh, and who is your friend? I'm a familiar. Azem's familiar. Why you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking? I should very much like to make an extended study. Yeah, no. Do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation. Once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course, there are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. But of course, if Azem might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively. Onwards, before we get sentenced to prison here for years. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind? Yes, yes. Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I'm sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen. True. And that is why they have their hoods down, so they can see properly. Though they do still have masks. You're dumb. That's what that name was. Plasty. Hello, Carmion. Was there something? The overseer asked that I give him this familiar tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do here firsthand. Work is rather difficult to demonstrate. Hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Our job is literally to watch the grass grow. How do you get into that? Right? Do you get paid well? Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Sure. Good enough. And we can't mount up because Carmion is here. And she must remain thus until we finish this quest. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Ahana, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Socles. See, and what is your impression of the work we do here? Vital! Equal levels, passion and patience. Glorious! Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cogitative function. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. Well, you could say that. I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azem's no less. Yep. Azems, of course. Yeah, alright, so we have the actual mount speed now. Now to acquire the rest of the ether currents, which we're almost exactly halfway done. Looks like there's at least one ether current gated behind the MSQ. To my great chagrin. So now we can, but we've done all we can now, so the only thing to really do is continue the story, but we shall do that after I take a break. I think it's been a little over an hour. So, appreciate you watching. I hope you're enjoying. If you are and you have not already, make sure you dab on that like button, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on, and come see me in a couple minutes. Yeet. All right, my friends. I have returned. Damn it, Robert. Robert Matviv. Please leave me alone. And Haim Ambrosio. All right. So, we acquired tea. That was why it took so long. I apologize. But we have returned. YEET. How art thou? Travelers at the Crossroads. This is about halfway through the 86 to 87 quests. And here we are, halfway through 88. There we find one. We will find one of the new which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have free leave. You'll have leave to use it freely. Shall we? I wonder if Hythlodius, like, in the time between the Sundering and him meeting us, I wonder if he thought about us. Like, did he ever figure out, like, once all that shit happened, did he figure out, like, oh, he was from now, from the future? I don't know. Ah, these baby Aetherites. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. I see. Here we are. Not new. This new will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Don't mind if I do, because there's an ether current right on the edge of that island. Bing. Easy, dude. Not even difficult.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Ah yes, that's what I would have called it myself.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Mm-hmm. Who comes up with these names? Seriously.
Right then. Let's begin by...
A rogue Spriggan.
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
Ah, delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Did you ever watch My Hero Academia? It's kind of like that, but a shark instead of a whale.
That's a new species of shark.
Gang
We
orca.
approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures.
Are they?
Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Ah, so it's their fault.
At first, they were largely orthodox. Consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and
Whoa.
so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
And here we are. Estinian, what are you doing here? Oh, Heidelin herself?
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
And a familiar
Thavnair,
besides.
That we should meet you here.
She's Thavnair? Well. Am I surprised? Yes. Should I be? No. Considering Thavnair being the one in charge of summoning Hydaelyn. She does have that mask. I didn't notice that part last time.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Thavnair is her name, and she is the previous Azan.
Oh.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk.
Got
I
him.
dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Truly, truly.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day.
Nice.
I should be
That's
glad to share
badass.
the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Who wouldn't?
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
I am your mother. Well, you see, you're kind of a planet now. Don't worry about it. You wouldn't believe it anyway.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Yes?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
That's one way to figure it
Therefore,
out.
if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
For I remember every spell I have ever cast.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's
Of
ether.
course. That sounds rather like the Blessing of Light. They don't know what primals are. Well, actually, yes, they do.
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you
I guess
a
they
measure
have
of
different terms for everything.
I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
It's complicated. I doubt there's anything preventing me from speaking upon it.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, We cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly,
Well, you say that, but
that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
thank you. Thank
Will
you. It
not
is
reveal
important.
it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Well, here's the thing. If you solve my problem, you solve your problem, thus preventing my problem in my existence. Therefore, no.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Well,
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. It's just fun to say.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
Ah. Yes. So, Hylan remembering this, when we saw the flower, she told us to, you know, it's like a self-repeating loop kind of thing.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past.
Exactly.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
What happened well, I guess there was just no me the first time around. Well, no, I guess there would have had to be. Because to me, I'm the first me, so, you know. Or to everyone, I don't know. Time travel just gets all sorts of confusing. Because even Hythlodius knew of me the first time around, so... We'll just say it all just kind of manifested out of nothing. The first time. That's all. Before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal in the quick-fingered Aureus, which made off with it. It went that way. I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? Appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Should they not split up? There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Very well then. It's the polar bear! What?! Okay. Fantastic. Wait a minute. I almost got distracted. Nope. We have important matters. Important matters, I say. Over here. Yes. 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 Give me the current. It's that way. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Elpis. 255 yalms to the north. Well, we'll get there eventually. As such, there's no great meaning in us rushing for the currents of the wild. Please leave me alone. You're very scary. Did I pass the way up? I did. I was running away from this thing. Although I guess it wasn't necessarily guaranteed to be up here. And it would seem not here at all. Hooray for high ground. Whoa. Good thing we checked. I sees it, I sees it. Look at us all. Close enough. $324. The northwest. It's probably like over here. Unless it's over there. Could be by that waterfall. But I do not wish to return to the waterfall just yet. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Reyes no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. Indeed I did. I just realized, as Thavnair has eschewed tradition by returning to the star after retiring, she also eschews tradition in wearing black robes. She wears white and is very, very individual. Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yeah. I have a lot of practice. Oh, you too? Some of us seem destined to always be searching for ourselves and for others. Long ago when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to El Pis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Indubitably. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return to this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended. Follow the path straight ahead. It's him! I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. $192 to the northeast. Yes, yes. Well, we have a general idea of where 2 of the 3 are. And I believe this is the last area we'll be tasked with going to without flying. That looks like all these places look like very separated areas. Fuck. Never mind, we have to wait till we can go up there. Neat building though. Well, we may as well go to that waterfall and see about getting that wild current. Oh, I never used it. That's why I didn't feel any faster. Aha! Whee! Oh, that's better. That looks like southwest, doesn't it? Let me up. Come on. Bro, I'm like an inch away. What do you know? The waterfall. What do you know? Easy, dude. Don't mind the chocobo. This white robe's marker is one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Ah, so it's not a fashion choice to be an individual. It's a mark of office. Or previous office. Or character? A mark of character, probably. This will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Yes, interrogate me here.
A wonderful aroma.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit.
There.
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
Use it to drown out the hunger.
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I don't have a tail. Would that I could grow one out. Can we? Is it really okay to tell him this? I mean, that'll answer the question of me and my own strange existence.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
That is the beginning. So anyways, there was this crystal, there was this voice too along with it. It was your voice. It was crazy. You wouldn't believe it. So we're telling them everything. Though I wonder if they keep it to themselves. And that's why Elidibus spoke only of Fandaniel's ideas.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
No, MSL, you really did fuck over Elidibus. It was pretty hilarious, actually.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
I told them, they wouldn't believe it.
What of you, Thavnair?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures.
Oh, to have such self-confidence.
Then there is the Elpis flower.
Elpis.
Which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus?
Dynamis.
In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital in Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
That would certainly be a dramatic entrance. Yo, Hydaelyn in the shower. Suddenly, there's a man with a chocobo mask inside. That would be very uncomfortable.
Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
Though is that not an assumption?
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
Yeah, the end of the world and 13 others and maybe your own. So that is quite a doozy.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact.
It's me.
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
I mean, that's what we're going off of for now, yeah?
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
Everyone's just ignoring Dynamis. Like, I think we talked about it for a minute, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, we have no idea what the hell that is, so let's go talk about literally everything else.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Do you hear yourself, sir?
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you are inexplicably idiotic yourself, Emmett Selk. But we love you for it, man.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
Are you really entertaining the idea that you would be some megalomaniacal madman? Hmm?
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Aha. Have fun with that.
Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Yes. Dynamis, bring that back. Please.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action.
Sure.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Oh, thanks. Could you help me by finding 7 chestnuts from 8 different trees, please? Thank you. Also, go kill 4 wild boars and collect 8 of their tusks as well.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of him and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. So I understand why the Warrior of Light would want to tell them about all of that, regardless of what Elidibus said. It's because to not warn the people here would be to basically, like, risk, or since, like, if they succeed in stopping the final days, then the world never gets sundered, then we never exist. But if we were to not tell them of the things coming while we know about them, just to save our own hide, then we would basically be throwing away their entire world for R14 or whatever, which sounds like, you know, a good trade, but it's still a bunch of people dying. So naturally, us being the paragons of virtue that we are, we would still warn them. Either that or it would make no difference either way. See you, the woman standing in front of the yonder building. Her name is Ismene. Ismene is my name. She's the one who made arrangements for me to stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help you with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Ismane is my name. Answer the question. Hello. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Everything. Interests. Authority on flying life forms, and expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Sure. Oh, she's getting the other answer that I don't pick? So why do I pick it all? He's a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer. Not rightly say, as the Chief's personal creation, Meteon, has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. How long have you known her? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. Wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. You trust him? Hmm? Beg your pardon, I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. Find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Very well then. She was useless. I propose we split up, of course. I shall continue asking questions with the people here. You go out and talk to all the people way the hell out there. Your fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. Fine then, be that way. Yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. Answer the question. Your mother, is it true you're an expert on flying creations? Nah, we gotta be direct. Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concept continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes would choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. No, telling him of that would not really go over well, I don't think. For the exact reasons he just mentioned. Dynamis and Entelekis. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? Or both? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? No, nothing. Nothing to see here. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Who knows? Look at you, conforming. Back already, that was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Can say that again. No, my chocobo head! Ooh. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelekis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon aside from her unorthodox method of communication? But yeah, let's just gloss over the sister part and then get right to the stars and search for intelligent life thing. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? That's all I know, dude. Thank you, though the mystery at hand remains unresolved. I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetua Crystalline, not far from here, just follow the path to the west. Very well. As you say. Why not go speak with Hermes, though? Surely he is busy, but surely he'll get over it. So roundabout we are. It's no wonder they take centuries to do things. This tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces. Which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? Shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Fantastic. I only have 3 toes. This is a problem. Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a research trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. Wait, a host of Meteons? I assumed they were all slightly different. The surface? Oh yeah. Hello. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this site, which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear, excuse me, from her lips directly if you'd prefer. Galeen, honey dearest. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassae. Dear goodness, these names keep getting worse. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vena, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay a return to the star. Indeed. Yeah. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azam. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Don't let Galeen hear you speak so glowingly of another mistress, It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. Ah, so they just put a little code in the door, huh? Oh, that's convenient. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalassae. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Did that dude have a name? Like, should we say his name to confirm, like, who we're talking to here? 724 to the northeast. Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the upper Skyway. I thought we were just going through like one door. Not one, but three? Mistress Vena, I was not told to expect we would have prepared an official welcome. Well, this is an unexpected visit. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Did I let her know your business is urgent? It must be weird for the Warrior of Light to be walking around with a Vana like this.
And a breathtaking view.
Like Heidelin, the one who's been ever present yet ever out of reach, is just like here, strolling along and having a conversation with us. Isn't that weird? Is that weird? I feel like it is.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
No, it's horrendous. There are these towers everywhere. It's crazy. You wouldn't believe it. Disgusting things.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes.
She couldn't see the glimmer in my eyes because of the mask.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Okay, so there was the sea dragon. Yeah, y'all are making flying fish. This is a swimming dragon. Crazy, I know. It nearly tipped over my boat. You wouldn't believe it.
Which led you here, but the simple delight's all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
I think that's just an excuse for you to hear
I have an interest
minor
simply as
stories.
a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
So anyways, there was this little tiny gnome creature called Tataru. And she was Zodiac all along. You would never believe it.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue.
And then Alice took his cookie. Can you believe that? Man just wanted to have a burger before his cookie, and she took it. I couldn't believe it.
To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some.
So there's this thing called God.
Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done.
Is that such a good thing, though? Is the whole question of ethics and things, you know.
A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its
That's one word.
embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love.
The people.
And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
So if Hydaelyn were to die, the same way Zodiark died, would the planet just end? Or would the worlds unsunder themselves and save the whole issue of the rejoinings and all that? Or would they just keep going as they are?
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
I'd say so.
Pray forgive my lateness. My
I'll forgive your lateness, but not your interruption.
Irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Well, one at least.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
Ah, yes.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
Usually the shooting stars go down.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Could that not be seen as unleashing unapproved creations into the wild?
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Oh yeah, Meteon seemed to have inkling of an idea.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
The thick plottins. Maybe they'd be considered familiars and not exactly unapproved life forms. Another piece of the puzzle. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Classic Fandaniel. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Well, judging by his previous exploits. Bruh. I really am a behemoth. It's pretty sick nasty, but we can't hide the pompadour, dude. It's impossible. No helmet can contain the pompadour save for the fat chocobo helmet. Vana has a new course of investigation in mind. Oh? Oh? Worthy of his back. Who's back? I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Eileen said she spotted him in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Sure. Man, I thought we were going up here. I was excited. This island is deceptively small, so I'm not going to bother teleporting. No ether current quests anywhere to be seen. Yo, Seamus, yeet. Thank you for subscribing, my dude. Appreciate that. What? Messed up my window, I'm sorry. I didn't really notice any aisles that particularly stand out. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where should I go? How about there? Pleasantly placed in dead center of the screen in the previous shot. Have you the means to fly? Quite a distance. Well, you see, I could. If they had put the last of the ether currents and quests on this current tier, it would not be a problem. Inconvenient, but hardly insurmountable. Transform! Oh, Argus. That's why he likes us so much. He remembers us. We gotta give him the best head scratches. Enough to remember us a million years in the future, whenever the hell. Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. Fine then, be that way. You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing that. It's very confusing. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Whoa. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. Oh? Are you quite the fighter? Seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler, out of time? Choose your battlefield. I will not balk at this encounter. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Come, Argus. Watch this shit. Wait till you see this. If that thing interferes, we're gonna have issues. Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Yes, yes. Level synced to 88.
Let neither side hold back.
Man, they reset my you know, my stuff. My rage. Whoa!
My blade sings!
No, it doesn't. It's a sword. Circumzenithal Arc. Whoa. That should actually hurt like hell. Glad we have all these charges at lower power. Oh, hey. That was close. I did get hit by that. Oh! That's not what I expected. They added difficult. Bro, I'm not turning the difficulty down. Come on. It was a minor mistake, okay? I got greedy. And then I didn't expect that mechanic to happen quite the way it did, okay? No need to get your britches and twisted. Asking me if I want to lower the difficulty. I don't need to.
My blade sings!
I'm in the wrong area. Yep, that one's gonna hurt. Okay, what are we gonna do? We're going to not get hit by any of that. No matter how badly I want to hit her.
My blade sings!
Don't you go over there and do that.
I shall have to try something different.
Oh yeah? I don't know what that is, but I don't like it. Armed with a muse's warp voice. What's Kois? She's a dancer now.
No course
Epia Terroenta. Memory games? That's what that sounds like. The Maven herself has come to Final Fantasy XIV. Argilian. Whoa. Are we gonna have to kill her all the way down or just halfway down?
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
What are you going to Black Mage now? Fuck. Stone, maybe not. What, do I have to kill those? No.
Prepare yourself.
It got me. Arms length. Bruh, arms length just didn't work. Are you shitting me? Nullifying most knockback and draw-in effects. I hate that that is not all knockback and draw-in effects. It was definitely activated before the cast finished. Wait, isn't that a Titan spell?
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
I need more overpower, or whatever the hell it is. Onslaught. Damn it. I always call that overpower. Uh-oh. Come on. Spell cleave. Spell cleave. Spell cleave. Spell cleave. Yeet. Damn it. There's more? Damn it, she got those. I'd say we did alright to keep every single one beforehand off. Everything's surviving with one health half an ass. Fuck. I think we'll be okay.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
I am Will. I'm very strong, by the way. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's good to know she didn't hold back,
You
though.
still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
What about you, Argos? Have you seen enough? Hmm?
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Obviously.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding.
Wow.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
Well, if we're telling tales, we're not going to give the bad ones. Duh.
Seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Argos also seems to be quite pleased. That's a relief. Yeet. Give him head scratches, you won't. Coward.
Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Just wait till you see the moon, little guy. You're never gonna believe it. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Matea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion, and then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Interesting point to which I had never thought too much about. That present day, well, past Hermes may have been the one to set that in motion. That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle. Seems good to me, fam. A scant 1.6 million, 2.6 million until leveling. It's about 5 quests. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I'm glad he can carry my weight. My prodigious weight. Seems to be that, to me, this isle might be larger than I realized. It's quite a bit further than I expected. What is the name of that tree? Noatofrenon. Noatophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Quite large, indeed. I say again, prodigiously so. But we're going exactly the opposite direction of where I want to go. Wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. It is fair. Ah, it's that spot on the map. All of these are Meteon nesting grounds.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Only with people.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are 2 ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
That's probably the one we were doing.
The second requires no subject. and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Mm-hmm.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
I see.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit.
But given nothing else has really been happening here, it's probably fine.
But come, let us try.
Let's see it.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Mm-hmm. Awfully, conversive. Oddly clear in your speech, Matteon.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
Was that all?
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
What a relief.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
True.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
Hee hee.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Bad ones. Clearly.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
Are they?
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
But as they say, the more things change, the more things stay the same.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place, not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more.
So where is present day Meteion?
And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Or will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Could be.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Is he talking about all of the Metea out in space, or that one? In steps Van Daniel.
So,
Or Hermes.
what is your opinion?
Pretty sus, dude. And yet, cannot be sure.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
But that's when he asks, should we? Should we really?
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
We could do worse than to look in Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoseletikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, will it go for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world? Did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? Ever thought about it? The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there within those sprawling habitats that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. The simplest route is via the new North Poitin Oikos. Again, I keep thinking these names can't get any worse. Yet here we are, amazed once again. This will make 4 quest ether currents. This will make 3. No? 4. I was looking at Labyrinthos. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me, then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. No? She and I are students of the Academia Anidar, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Ananorsis. So she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained? So she may well have simply got lost on her way back. I'd rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you'd be so kind as to look for her. But what if she returns while I'm away? You won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomethes Notos in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See if she makes it back. That is way the hell out there. Not exactly on the way to, you know, that place. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to? Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? I am a familiar, but I'm not familiar with Cleon. Azem's familiar, and I do like the name Waluko. Thank you, I came up with it myself. But if you belong to Azem, then what has become of our visitor from Amarot? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. If you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. Bruh, what is with people getting lost here? And other people not wanting to go look for them? I don't know, but what I do know is that it's time for a break. So, I appreciate you watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you are enjoying. If you are and you have not already, make sure you tap on that like button, yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and yeah, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Yeet. Alright, my friends. We hath returned. Eat. Ethoseleticos boreas. That's the name. Ah yes, we were on the quests for finding missing people who seem to be going missing quite often. No, I'm not mounted. I just kind of assumed I was. The missing people story mark or storyline, I guess, seems to be as common here as the ever-present meeting storytelling device is in the rest of the main story quest. That's one thing that has been quite nice here. There have been a couple meetings, but mostly we've been doing stuff since we've been here, instead of just sitting around, like, meeting each other all the time. Go. Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. Cleon recently arrived from Emirat. I assume Mayra sent you to fetch me. Indeed. Yes, thank you. Hey you, this is not the way to Oikenpoikos. Oitekpoikos, whatever the hell the name is. Can I help you? Oh wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. Was that? A woman asked you to come find me. That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I'd hope to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. She's on to you, but I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. I see that. But don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine on my own. Now if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter, I think. Nope. No, it's quite wrong. I have business with your friend, that is to say, she's going to teach me about the ether currents. Poiten oikos. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Poiten oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then. Yes, yes. Make me walk, why don't you? Thank you, Yoshi. Don't really want to get attacked. That's just no fun at all. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I should really hurry. She's owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Yes, yes. It was tempting to just take the teleporter here, but why do that for free when I could teleport for money? Yeet. Honestly though, I have no idea why Metron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing, but that's the point. Surely, it must be intended as a present one meant for Logrif. Metron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. This is certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed it before. It settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I've wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees. And I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. You're welcome. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Metron before it wilts. But before we brush off a reward. Thank you. Cleon. Luca, thank you for seeing the safety of our guests. Yes, yes. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. I'm certainly glad that he was. Now shall we proceed to the business of the day. Embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Did you come up with those lichens? Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now if you like. I do have one request. I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be a perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. They're not going to be that modest, are they? Fuck, I'm busy. I have what I came for. We don't need him. Calamelios Zephyros. These names. Ethosaleticos. Zephyrnius. Bornius. So many names. The new acknowledge you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. Thanks for not waiting for me, Vana. Should change your name to Vanot Waiting. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Okay. Northwest, you say? Definitely, totally gonna follow the road like she said. Aha! Here we are, the grandest research facility in El Pis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. He didn't seem to be that hard of a man to find. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Ah, hello. Surprise, surprise. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. So he is looking into it. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodius's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. What better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and we would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Seems there is more to the tale after all. So you see, there was this island, there was this flying magical copy dog. And this tree, it was wild, you wouldn't believe it. And a whole herd of Meteon. Sure. Not gonna thank him in itself. Aha. As Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence. No matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. No Hythlodius. You giggling mad lad. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is on the next isle over. Meteon is with him. Fantastic. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Okay, okay. Oh, to have flying. They're close by within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Oh, larger than I expected. Make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. Creations in there are not exactly... Well, then again, perhaps Waluko can handle them. He did survive the bout with Vena, after all. I see a motorcycle. No, come back! You bitch! They're gone. Whoa. That is disgusting. Whoa. That was well timed. So basically it's aliens, and this has been a trigger anime this whole time. Bruh. I feel like I'm not gonna find them until I kill all of the things that spawn. I can't imagine Hermes would be happy for us to run around murdering things. Considering he's trying to observe all of these things. Bruh, piss off! I want to just run, honestly. But I feel like that's just not gonna work. Also, they have hands, that's gross. Tentacles are one thing, but hands? Disgusting. Starting to get a little fed up, dude. How do we not see him? The man is genuinely nowhere to be found. So I feel like we have to just keep killing stuff until he shows up. Bruh, they just keep spawning when we walk over the same spots. Nope. What do I need to grind to 89 off killing these things before he'll show himself? Well hidden indeed. Thought you were keeping Hythlodius and MSQ company. Looking for you, buddy. Important matter and unrelated decision to my decision. Unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel. I didn't like that one, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced him to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the MSQ who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass, be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Hermes said he would not be long. Yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges. And they waited. And they waited. And they waited until... there he be. Or rather, there they be.
Keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
So anyways, there's just shit going on the moon.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
So anyways, there's this big dude on the moon. The stuff under the sea and this crazy guy who threw himself into it. You would not believe it.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter. On the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Thavnair. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
That's what they say, at least.
A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
Vena herself, and in our case, Heidelin.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost
Probably
layer
not,
of the star's
but we'll see.
encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
So aliens it is then.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
That's what they all say.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Someone talk shit.
May we please be friends?
It's kind of creepy when she says it like that.
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness.
Yeah.
Connection established. Commencing status report.
Oh my.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Well, this is what we get for not answering in the first place before doing that
Steady,
system
Meteon.
uplink or whatever.
Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much.
I got you, homie. I got you.
Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Oh my.
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
I don't think that was the aliens talking to us. I wonder if that was Meteon in space talking to the aliens and then that was their response.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
I feel like the drinking game on unity and togetherness and everything and the power of friendship, you also need to add drink every time they suggest split up. Meteon. Wherefore hast thou gone to, Meteon? Hello, buddy. What else have I to offer but my rousing support? Ah, Hermes truly is a master of this craft. You said it, Hythlodius. Stay away. Thank you. Stay away. Thank you. Yeet. Hello? Seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run to hide. Down the slope. Why can't she share with me, dude? Not exactly the same as Hermes, and we've kind of established that. Whoops. Rahatia, don't drown. I'm sorry, buddy. Is it gonna be the dead-ass center of the lake? Indeed, it is not. That would be a little too conspicuous for someone trying to hide, I think. Greetings and salutations. Who art thou? Evil Meteon? Can't tell him that, we must run. No. Tell me! Tell me, you fool! Bruh, so much for disconnecting the individual self. Or suspending the individual self to communicate with the hive mind or whatever. Speaking your piece in this situation is precisely what you were made for, Meteon. Please. Also, Google, please. Thank you. Please? Bruh. Must we really make things so difficult? Truly? How many times do we have to go through this? Emmett Selk, right on the money. Or so I hoped. Is this the reason we traveled to the stars, why we sought out other life forms? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Bruh! Am I gonna have to chase her all the way back to Enorgis or some shit? Come on. Fuck. Let's search 3 times here too. Oh boy. What a shocker. At this point, I question whether or not you can even find her, like, on the first time accidentally. Like, is it actually a specific thing, or do they force you to do all 3 times every single time? Because it wouldn't surprise me either way. Nope. Seems we got lucky. And all peoples of Aetheris. You better not puss out this time, Medion. Please. Media are all linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. In Media's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. Can you just yeet one into existence real quick, please? That seems a more expeditious way to do this. If this is what, like, if they skipped out on details in the whole Zodiark thing on the moon, just so we could have this drawn out shit, I'm not sure I agree with that decision. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Mm-hmm. Come on then, for the 17th time. When do you think we're gonna find her? What a shock. I am amazed. Incredulous, even. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide? Yes, I'll just have to hide where no one can find me. Mm-hmm. What is this now? Literally the 5th time that we're having to do this? You'll be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I will feed you to a more. Well, that seals that. Goodbye. Wait, is there another conversation to be had anywhere? No. Thank God. By the rock is she very well. Stop pussing out, Medion, or we won't be friends anymore. Fuck. Ah yes, once again limited from having our mount. We must struggle to draw this out even further. Well, what's Emmett got to say here? This new not in use seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Medion's essence. Thank God. Oh, you still gotta be accompanied. It seems like someone had thought this accompany system was a really good idea, and then they decided to get their absolute most out of it. So they just put it everywhere, dude. We really need to have them itself keeping me from being mounted. I don't think so. He's already done his little snappy thing. Do we really need to stand here and search for Meteon for the 8th time? I believe. I think this is the 8th circle of looking for her. Honestly, there are 9 circles in hell, so I feel like we're getting pretty close. How about this one? Another mini cutscene to catch you a glimpse of her? Honestly, if she got eaten by a remora, I probably wouldn't be that upset.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Are you actually gonna leave me free to mount? Hmm? I'm surprised they didn't give us a 9th circle. It's really convenient she didn't go the other way.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
Nope, data already deleted. If that's the case, I'm gonna be so upset.
I'm sorry, Hermes.
Too bad, piss off. Speak, woman.
If someone can hear these... Please protect them.
Nope.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
Got any more fucking tricks up your sleeve, dude? You gonna eviscerate yourself from existence?
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
With all haste, if you please.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
That's what she was running to keep from us?
Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
There is no meaning to existence, and therefore everyone should die. Exactly what new Daniel said.
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
And that's a dog, not a horse.
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
I'm very confused as to why he's so being aggressive right now. Like, were they about to physically take her away? You do not leave well enough alone. Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may one day learn to be at peace upon this one. Alright, well after that markedly frustrating experience to this otherwise decent section of the story, I believe that is the time to end the stream for today. So, when we continue on the morrow, we actually get the ether current and a dungeon. Or we do a dungeon and then we get the ether current. So we should be able to fly in here after that. And yeah, we'll continue further on as that happens. Tomorrow will be Thursday, so a stream should be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern US time. We continue this, so if you want to see the continuation, either wait until a couple days later and watch the VOD, or come see me then. Roughly, what? 12, 17 hours from now? Yeah, we'll be back at it. So, appreciate you watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you've not already, make sure you dab on that like button, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on, and come see me in the next one. Yeet.